Hi, welcome to Space Station Alpha. I'm Commander Bill Shepard, and these are my fellow crewmates, Flight Engineer Sergei Krikalev and Soyuz pilot Yuri Gidzenko. And right now we're orbiting 230 miles above the Earth. On today's NASA Connect, you'll learn how NASA researchers are working together with international resources aboard Space Station Alpha. You'll observe NASA engineers and researchers using math, science, and technology to solve their everyday problems. Plus, you'll get to construct your own model of the space station and check out an interactive website that's out of this world. So stay tuned and hop aboard for another exciting episode of NASA Connect.
Wait, I think I see them.
There they go!
Wow, they're traveling pretty fast.
They sure are. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Hey, did you know that the space station is orbiting our Earth right now? And it's so big that sometimes you can see it travel across the sky.
That's right. Later on in the show, we'll tell you how. But first, welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA.
This is Tranquility Park in downtown Houston, Texas. I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Van Hughes.
Now, before we start the show, make sure your teacher has the lesson guide for today's program. It can be downloaded from our NASA Connect website. You'll want to keep your eyes on our friend Norbert, because every time he appears with questions like this, have your cue cards from the lesson guide and your brain ready to answer the questions he gives you. And teachers, when you see Norbert with a remote, that's your cue to pause the videotape and discuss the cue card questions.
Today, we're at NASA Johnson Space Center here in Houston.
Why? To learn about the International Space Station, or the ISS, and the people who make it work. The ISS is a huge laboratory being built in orbit. Scientists on the ground will send their research to the station to be performed by astronauts from all around the world.
There are 16 countries participating in the largest and most expensive laboratory ever built in space. By working together rather than competing, top scientists from around the world can collaborate and share information.
Using the United States Space Shuttle and various rockets from other countries, it will take more than 100 space flights to assemble the 100-plus components of the ISS.
The ISS will be about the size of a football field. It will weigh approximately 1 million pounds, or over 100 adult elephants, approximately total the volume of a 747 jumbo jet, and generate enough power to light up more than 40 average homes.
How will the International Space Station get all that power?
From the sun. Giant solar arrays will capture the energy from the sun and convert it to electricity. We'll learn more about the parts of the space station and what they do a little later.
As we witnessed from the Expedition 1 crew, the first full-time residents on the ISS, the space station now supports human life. During Expedition 1's 5-month space stay, the crew of the Space Shuttle Atlantis delivered and installed the first U.S. laboratory, Destiny. This lab, built by the Boeing company at the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, is the centerpiece for scientific research on the station and will support many experiments.
Space station crews will continue to rotate shifts every 4 to 6 months, preparing the station for the arrival of more components and beginning scientific research.
Why build an International Space Station?
Great question. If you'd like to study sound, you'd go to a quiet room. If you'd like to study light, you'd go to a dark room. And if you'd like to study the effects of gravity, you'd want to go into an anti-gravity room. But since there's no such thing on Earth, we have the ISS.
On board the ISS, a microgravity environment is created. This is where the effects of gravity are reduced compared to those experienced here on Earth. You see, the ISS is in a continuous state of free fall around the Earth, causing the astronauts and objects inside to appear to float and be weightless. You can experience free fall when you jump off a diving board. You are practically weightless until you hit the water.
But how does the space station stay in orbit if it's falling towards the Earth?
Here's an analogy. 300 years ago, a great scientist by the name of Sir Isaac Newton imagined an experiment in his head. He pictured a cannon on top of a very tall mountain. When he fired the cannonball would soon fall to Earth. But if you used a cannon with more power, the cannonball would go halfway around the Earth before it landed. And if you used a super-duper cannon, the cannonball would go so fast that it would fall at the same rate that the Earth's surface is curving away beneath it. This super-fast cannonball would never hit the Earth. It would be in orbit. And if you were sitting on the cannonball, you would feel weightless. NASA uses rockets instead of a cannon, and the ISS instead of a cannonball.
By understanding the effects of gravity, we can learn why things behave the way they do.
Take the human body, for instance. How does a microgravity environment affect the residents of the ISS? One of our guests will fill us in.
The ISS will also give students like you first-hand experience with the space program. Get this, from your own classroom, you can talk via amateur radio to the astronauts on board the ISS.
Or learn about Earth from the unique perspective of space with EarthCam, which stands for Earth Knowledge Acquired by Middle School Students. The EarthCam has already flown on 5 shuttle missions involving students nationally and internationally. Visit the EarthCam website to learn more.
And don't forget, later in the show, you'll be constructing your own model of the ISS. But before we do that, let's learn about some of the parts that make up the space station.
How will the space shuttle attach to the ISS?
Describe 2 ways that the International Space Station will stay in Earth's orbit.
Describe the function of the solar arrays, thermal radiators, robotic arm, and truss.
I'd like to welcome NASA Connect this morning to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. My name is Connie Van Prey-Kremens, and I work with the International Space Station program doing outreach and communications. What we're building in outer space is a world-class research facility. The United States NASA is the lead integrator of the program. ESA, the European Space Agency, the Russian Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency all own the International Space Station, and as partners bring elements and people and training and research and all the facilities that we're building to our orbiting facility. In 1998, we began with a Russian-built, US paid-for module called Zarya. What it was is the initial power block and brains of the station. Soon after that, we launched Unity. That was a Boeing-built United States element. Unity is one of 3 connecting bridge modules that will be put on the International Space Station. After we put Unity up, came the service module. That's an entirely Russian element. It's Russian-built and Russian-launched. And the service module actually took over much of the functions that we had of Zarya. And it also is the place where the astronauts live, work, and sleep.
How does the shuttle dock to the space station?
Well, that's what Unity provides. Unity has 6 docking ports. So the shuttle comes up and docks to a pressurized mating adapter, which is attached to the Unity bridge. And then through there, supplies can be moved into the space station.
So how will the station get power for the astronauts to use?
From the sun. What the International Space Station has is a series of giant solar arrays, photovoltaic solar arrays. We have 1 set of arrays up there right now. There'll be 4 in total that will be aligned along the truss.
What exactly is a truss?
The truss is a backbone girder-like structure, and you'll see this long, almost like steel beam crate box. And that is literally what these solar arrays are going to be attached to. It's what modules are hung from, and the astronauts will be walking along it. Also walking and riding along it will be the Canadian robotic arm system for the International Space Station. Attached to the arm is what we call a special dexterous manipulator system, or a very smart hand that can go along and pick up different parts, modules, and move it around.
Okay, so I know that the solar arrays are on the truss, but what are the other, panel things?
Van, you're probably talking about the thermal radiators. That's the heat rejection system. Much like an air conditioning system would function in your home, the job of these radiators is to collect the buildup of heat and power generated internally and use it to move that heat outside the space station and dump it into space so that we can maintain comfortable levels of working for the astronauts and for the systems.
Now, I know the ISS is in a state of free fall, Connie, but how does it stay up in orbit?
Well, initially, we have attitude control thrusters that will continue to operate throughout the life of the station. These are the little jets that use fuel to keep our attitude.
What do you mean by attitude control?
Well, Jennifer, the space station has to maintain a certain position as it's being constructed. We want to get the maximum exposure to the sun for the arrays, so the attitude control is what keeps this position of the station.
So how do you know the pieces are going to fit together when you get them in space?
Well, this is part of the miracle challenge that confronts the International Space Station program, because these major elements have to fit together with hairline tolerance the first time when they're attached in Earth orbit. All the flight elements are literally put in line on their way to get integrated into the shuttle. What we can't do physically, we're doing through software. In fact, controlling the International Space Station is going to take more than 2 million lines of computer code. And we're learning valuable things through that testing. We're fixing problems before they ever become a problem on orbit.
Thank you so much, Connie. Now that we've learned about some of the parts of the ISS, how would you like to build your own model?
But wait, there's a catch. You have a budget.
NASA Connect traveled northwest to San Francisco, California for this program's classroom activity.
Hi, we're from Alice Longview in San Francisco, California.
NASA Connect has asked us to show you this program's classroom activity.
You'll work in groups to design an alternative space station. Then you'll create a model using everyday items like aluminum cans, cereal boxes, and straws. You'll analyze and interpret data to determine the best design based on budget restrictions, weight, and placement of the parts that you construct. Teachers, make sure you download the lesson guide for this activity from the NASA Connect website. In it, you'll find a list of materials, directions, and student worksheets. We won't cover everything in the next few minutes, but we will give you a general idea about how it all goes together. To begin, your teacher will display the labeled picture of the ISS, as it may appear upon completion. Discuss each component and its functions.
Okay, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration needs your help. They want you to design and build a model of an international space station, and your budget is $1 billion.
Your first step is to construct the components. To power your station, you'll make photovoltaic or PV arrays using transparency film and craft sticks. The thermal radiators used to cool the station are made with aluminum foil. A cardboard tube serves as the docking port. The habitation and laboratory modules are made with aluminum cans. The truss segments used to connect the modules are made from foam food trays. A small cereal box represents the core module of your space station. Buttons are used to simulate the attitude control thrusters. And for the robotic arm, use a flexible drinking straw. Find the total mass and total cost of each component using formulas provided in the lesson guide and record the values on your student worksheet. Before you design and assemble your space station, you need to pay close attention to the constraints listed in Appendix A.
Okay, remember the budget for the space station is $1 billion. If you break a component or a section of the space station, you have to purchase a new one.
Now decide how all the components of your space station will be arranged. Make a sketch before you start your actual assembly, and don't forget your constraints. Use tape and glue to put it all together. When your space station is assembled, the next step is to calculate the total mass. Because the ISS is being assembled in orbit, and not here on Earth, it's impossible to get the total mass at one time. Therefore, NASA determines the total mass by taking the sum of the individual components before they are launched into space. Since we are working with a model, there are two ways to calculate the total mass. First, take the sum of the mass of the individual components, then use your balance to weight your completed model. Find the difference between the two masses and compare the accuracy of massing individual pieces with the mass of the entire space station. If the difference is greater than 5 grams, you'll be charged a tax of $1 million per gram. If the difference is less than or equal to 5 grams, then the space tax will not apply. Record any space tax on the data table. Finally, calculate the total cost of your space station by taking the sums of costs for all your components and any space tax you owe. Did you meet your budget, or are you over budget?
We would like to thank the San Jose AIAA student branch for helping us with this activity. If you would like to learn more about the AIAA mentoring program, check out the NASA Connect website.
So far, we've learned about a few of the parts that actually make up the International Space Station.
That's right, and you've been given the opportunity to put together your own model of the space station.
You know, I wonder how difficult it is for the astronauts to actually dock the shuttle to the space station.
Technology is the key. Let's connect to Shelley Canright and learn more. NASA Connect traveled northeast to Chicago, Illinois for this program's web-based activity.
You're right, Jennifer. Technology can and will transform the way we train and educate. And that's why I've brought you here to Chicago, Illinois, to introduce you to NASA Connect's museum partner, the Adler Planetarium and Astronomy Museum, and to tempt you to apply your hands and your minds to an online space flight experience. As you can see, Adler offers the public many different ways to learn about and to explore science and astronomy. We are now here in the Solar System Gallery, where students from Bright Elementary School and the AIAA student branch of the Illinois Institute of Technology have gathered and are waiting for you to introduce you to a new website created especially for NASA Connect by the NASA Classroom of the Future, which is located in Wheeling, West Virginia. Our friends at the Classroom of the Future have put together a unique experience that combines internet-based simulations, hands-on activities, and orbital mechanics.
Orbital mechanics?
No, it's not about fixing things in space, but it's how things like motion, acceleration, and force affect objects in space, like the planets, the moon, the stars, the U.S. Space Shuttle, and the International Space Station. So how about it, gang? Do you have the right stuff for this program's online challenge?
From Norbert's lab on the NASA Connect website, click on the Activity button. Here you'll find the first hands-on experiment designed to get you ready to use the web-based orbital simulator. Using a plastic ruler, 2 glass or metal balls, a few cans, masking tape, and a stopwatch, you'll be able to define the difference between steady motion and acceleration. This simulator gives you the opportunity to view 2 objects orbiting a planet or star. By adjusting the orbital radius of one of the objects, you can begin to explore how radius, speed, and orbital period are all connected. After using the simulator, you'll begin to understand how to answer this question. How can we use our knowledge of orbits to help the shuttle rendezvous with the International Space Station? The Shuttle ISS Orbital Simulator will get you ready for the actual docking activity you will do with your classmates. On this website, you will start with the shuttle and ISS orbiting the Earth at the same altitude and 90 degrees apart. The challenge is to determine the most efficient way to position the 2 objects so that they are traveling at the same speed and close enough to each other to perform the visual docking maneuvers. Now, let's start an activity that deals directly with the International Space Station.
I'm Don Watson. I'm with NASA's Classroom of the Future and part of their International Space Station Challenge website activity. Today we're doing a docking simulation. We're going to do that by actually building a docking simulator using an office chair on wheels, tripod, video camera, a docking grid mounted in front, and a TV. We're also going to do command and control with 2-way radios. We're having thrusters that are using ropes for control, and command and control is from Mission Control. Mission Control's only reference is the video image that they see on the screen. They give movement commands to the pilot relays that information to the thrusters move, and hopefully we successfully rendezvous and dock to the space station. All additional information about how to construct the docking challenge and the chair and all activity-related material is at NASA's Connect website.
Bringing to you the power of digital learning, I'm Shelley Kienwright for NASA Connect Online.
Bye!
Technology really is the key to astronaut training and the tools they use.
Right, but what about the research being conducted aboard the International Space Station?
Yeah, and the microgravity environment. How does that affect the astronauts working and living in space?
Well, for answers, we came here to Building 9 at the Johnson Space Center.
What's unique about the research environment on the International Space Station?
How does zero gravity affect fluids in your body?
Describe the relationship between time and space and bone loss.
As the research manager for the ISS program here at the Johnson Space Center, it's my job to communicate with scientists who want to do research on board the space station.
I also work with the builders of the station to be sure it's both a well-equipped laboratory and observatory.
You see, the ISS is about exploration, human exploration.
It's the place where we will learn to live and work in space. It's where we'll establish a permanent human presence in space and advance human exploration of our solar system.
What kind of work will be conducted on the ISS?
Research. We will work on improving manufacturing processes, developing better health care, and researching tomorrow's products today. All this research will take place in the laboratories you saw earlier and in the unique, out-of-this-world environment of space. You see, the microgravity environment and the high vantage point for viewing Earth and the universe are unique. The permanent space station allows experiments to run for longer times than we used to on the space shuttle and gives scientists repeated access to these experiments. This research cannot be done on Earth.
Well, Dr. Bartow, it sounds like a microgravity environment will help scientists make new discoveries. But how will microgravity affect the people living on board the space station?
Great question, Jennifer. The human body reacts immediately and dramatically to the microgravity environment we feel when we go into orbit around the Earth.
Remember how you explained being on the station is like being in a state of free fall? It feels like there is no gravity. That's why we often call it zero-G. One of the first reactions of the body to zero-G is to push our internal fluids upward in our body. You see, on Earth, in 1G, our body works to push the fluids inside upward, so all the water, blood, and other fluids don't collect in your feet. When the body first experiences zero-G, it continues to push the fluids up, as on Earth, but since there is no 1G pulling down anymore, the upper body and head ends up with too much fluid. If you've ever seen pictures of us in space on the first day, our faces are puffed up like chipmunks because of the extra fluid in our upper body. But the body quickly senses this condition and begins to move the fluids to different parts of the body. In about 2 or 3 days, we reach a new point of balance where our bodies have less fluid in our bloodstream than the average person on Earth. If you return to Earth's 1G in this state, you would probably faint. To counteract that, we fluid load just before returning to Earth. For instance, we drink at least 1 quart of water within 1 hour of returning, along with salt tablets, which keeps the water from passing directly to your bladder.
Wow. Well, how else does microgravity affect the human body?
Well, Van, a longer-term effect, which also begins immediately, is the loss of bone mass. When you lose bone mass, your bones become brittle and can break very easily.
Anyway, only about 400 humans have flown in space, and only a fraction of them were tested carefully for bone loss. The numbers so far are startling. Healthy space travelers lose bone mass 10 times faster than people here on Earth. Whether in space for 1 week or 1 year, the rate of bone loss is about the same.
Let me show you how important math is when determining bone loss.
The percent of bone loss is a function of the length of time in space. L is the percent of bone loss, R is the rate of bone loss per month, and T is the time in space. So far, the data we've collected tells us that humans in space lose bone mass at a rate of 1% per month. The function L equals RT tells us that the longer you are in space, the more bone mass you lose. We have values of T up to 14 months, and the function appears linear. So far, we haven't had any astronauts in space for more than 14 months. This rate of bone loss could be a problem if we want to go on a 3-year trip to Mars and back. That trip would cause a bone mass loss of 36%. Our bones would be so brittle, any type of physical activity would be out of the question.
This is not good news. We wish the function would level off eventually with time, and further bone loss would stop.
So, how do you measure bone loss?
Well, we measure bone loss by conducting tests like X-rays on the crew, both before and after they fly.
Each person reacts differently to zero-G, so we need to put the data from many astronauts all together and use statistics to predict the effect on future crew members.
We calculate means, medians, and standard deviation. Our statistics so far are not that good because we have data on so few people.
You see, when you average data from only a few people out of a large group, the result from those few people may not match the average of the larger group. However, if you collect data on hundreds of people, like ground-based medical research does, the average is more reliable and easier to predict. Because there are only a handful of good measurements on space flyers, our predicted average is less reliable. We just need to make many more measurements.
We'll also study why we lose our bone mass. Then maybe we can develop drugs to stop the effect. In fact, the National Institutes of Health is working with us on this research. So you see, research on ISS is not only about improving life in space, but also improving life here on Earth.
Well, thanks so much, Dr. Bartow.
You're very welcome.
Earlier in the program, Jennifer and I said you could see the ISS in the sky from your own backyard. Visit this website to see if the ISS will be flying over your city.
Speaking of the internet, how would you like to take a virtual tour of the ISS from your own computer?
NASA Connect traveled northeast to NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia to find out about the virtual International Space Station.
The Virtual International Space Station, or VISS, is an immersive, three-dimensional model of the space station that can be installed on your computer. Once installed, you'll be able to walk about the interior and fly around the exterior of the ISS as if you were on a spacewalk. The virtual environment is similar to virtual computer games you may play. You can take a tour of each module of the station and click on the red question marks for additional information. The VISS allows you to have a realistic astronaut perspective on what it'll be like to work and live in the station.
But Pat, why was the Virtual International Space Station created?
That's a good question. As you learned earlier, the space station will allow many different experiments to be conducted all at once. The problem is this can also make things difficult for the scientists and researchers. You see, there are hundreds and hundreds of documents that go into a bunch of detail about what the station can do. Scientists and researchers who aren't familiar with the station's capabilities will have to sort through all those documents to find out if the ISS could help them with their experiments. The VISS was created so potential users of the station, like scientists, can use their computer and actually walk up to an experiment facility on the station, just like he or she would do to a book in a library, then quickly skim information to see if that facility would help with their research. Currently, the VISS is the only publicly available 3D environment to introduce people to the many capabilities of the ISS.
That's awesome. How can we get the virtual ISS?
You can download the Virtual International Space Station at this website. Because the tour includes the completed International Space Station, the files are quite large, so allow some time to download them.
Well, you know, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this episode possible.
Yeah, Jennifer and I are waiting for your questions, comments, and suggestions, so write us at NASA Connect, NASA Langley Research Center, Mail Stop 400, Hampton, Virginia, 23681, or email us at connect@edu.larc.nasa.gov.
Teachers, if you would like a videotape of this program and the accompanying lesson guide, check out the NASA Connect website. From our site, you can link to CORE, the NASA Central Operation of Resources for Educators, or link to the NASA Educator Resource Center Network.
Until next time, stay connected to math,
science,
technology,
and NASA. See you then.
See you.
So you see, research on ISS is not only about improving life.
I'm so sorry.
Great question. Sorry. If you'd like to study light, you'd go into...
And telling people what we're doing. That was horrible.
Hey, that's not good though.
You know what we're doing? I'm going to tell you what we're doing. Oh, we're doing this. Well, that's what we're doing. Okay. Let's do this.
Describe the functions of the solar array's robotic... I messed up, huh?
Currently, the VISS is the only publicly available 3D model of the space station that tells people what station can do.
Wow. Cool.
Busted. And it's so big that sometimes you can see it travel across the sky.
That's right. Later on in the show, we'll tell you wow.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we learn about MTSU's new degree in data science and how it has been designed to meet the workforce needs of Nashville and the state of Tennessee. We catch up with former Tennessee House Speaker Beth Harwell, who joined MTSU's faculty last semester as a distinguished visiting professor. And we learn about Educated Eats, a mobile kitchen run by our Department of Human Sciences with the noble purpose of providing nutrition information and cooking demonstrations. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU is already well established for its teaching and research in the field of data science, which brings together statistics, analysis, and machine learning to understand and use data to solve problems and develop new strategies. This fall, we will offer a Bachelor of Science degree in this field, and it is being designed to meet the workforce needs of Nashville and the state of Tennessee. Here to talk to us about data science are Professors Charlie Apigian and Lisa Green. Welcome to Out of the Blue.
Thank you for having us.
We're glad to have you here. Charlie, this is your second appearance on Out of the Blue. The first time you talked about the Data Science Institute. So walk me through, like you did before, on why data science. Why does it matter?
Data science is becoming an emerging field because today there's so much more data than there was just a couple of years ago. I mean, it's been quoted that 90% of the data that's out there has been accumulated in the last 2 years. And companies are starting to figure out that they need to start using that data to help them make better decisions. And so with the Data Science Institute, we developed that a couple of years ago, and that's when we came on the show before. And we have gone after some major research, brought in a lot of good money, but the truth is we were really after trying to figure out what we could do for our students. And I think we've put together a program that is going to create data-driven problem solvers. And that's going to be the data science degree here at MTSU.
Professor, you get the honor of running the degree program. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell me about, this will be starting in the fall.
It will.
And we're describing this as an interdisciplinary degree. Walk me through what that means.
The degree contains classes in computer science, math, and business intelligence and analytics. Those are 3 different departments in 2 different colleges. So the faculty involved have to work well together, which I think we have proven that we really do. When we got together to decide the curriculum for this program, we set out a list of skills that a data scientist should have once they graduate. And we found that we only needed to add 4 classes to cover all of those different skills.
To piggyback on what Lisa just said, is MTSU has such a diverse faculty, and we needed to take advantage of that. And data science is that area. And so students are going to come out with a diverse set of skills. They're going to be able to program, they're going to have the math skills that they're going to need. And then we're doing something I think that's a little bit different than most other data science programs that are being developed by really infusing the business part into it as well, and the business intelligence component. And so students are coming out, they're going to look the part a little bit different than a programmer, a little bit different than just your normal business student, and they're going to be able to have skills that companies are wanting. They're not sure what they're going to do with yet, but they're quickly figuring out that the only way that they're going to go after the business value of their data is to have students that understand data science.
It sounds like you really have to not only have an interest in the mathematics side of the house, statistics side of the house, but also the practical application. There's got to be some curiosity in this. And so walk me through your ideal student.
Yeah, and I think that's where it really comes to is the people that love this the most, the people that just get excited every time they work on something, they're problem solvers. They're people that can identify data, understand, to think outside the box a little bit, and not just, well, I have one Excel spreadsheet. How do I infuse a bunch of different data sources together, combine them, and then be able to truly make business decisions dynamically with it.
So Lisa, talk to me about the type of jobs that your students, your graduates, will be eligible for. Are they jobs that exist now? Are they jobs that will exist in the future? Or is this, are we really ahead of the curve on these things? How does that work?
The field of data science is kind of still developing, and so these jobs all have different titles. You'll get something like a statistical programmer, or a data analyst, or a business intelligence scientist.
Yeah, and scientist, business intelligence reporter, business analyst.
So many, right? I mean, it's so emerging. They're coming up with new titles and way to describe
Exactly.
them.
And the thing that all of these job titles have in common is that these are people who are gathering information and using that information to address questions that they really want answers to.
So if you're coming out with an undergrad degree, are you really a data scientist? Probably not. You need a little bit more education. But you're definitely a data analyst. You're able to go into a lot of different roles right out the chute. And data analyst, by the way, is the #1 needed position in Nashville. And It has been for the last 5 years. So in terms of technology, so we know we're gonna be able to fill those jobs. But then a data scientist really is at the PhD level that you're gonna need that. And we already have a computational science PhD. And we're looking to help them make them even more on the side of data science in the future, which I don't want to spill the beans on anything, but we've got some amazing announcements that will be happening in the next couple of months.
Well, let's spill a little of the beans. Later this month, on the 18th of February, we'll be making the formal announcement of your degree program. Congratulations. And we're doing it at a great venue. Tell me about where we're doing it and why we're doing it there.
Well, one of the things when we originally got together, we brought faculty together to start this data science, but we also went out there and talked to the community. We talked to data scientists that are out there. We talked to the different tech companies. And so why wouldn't we go out and make the announcement out there? So we're going to be going to the Nashville Technology Council's building up in the Nashville area. They've been one of our #1 supporters and have been an amazing asset to not only helping us connect with companies, but helping us build curriculum over the years, to be ahead of the ball game as opposed to behind.
Hey, before we go, Lisa, I wanted to ask you about the graduate certificate. And tell me what that opportunity represents. It might, as I understand it, I might be majoring in something that really is not necessarily in that field, but come back for that certificate to get a little bit of a boost. Is that fair?
Right. So Charlie mentioned the bachelor's degree, and we have minor. But if you've already graduated and you've got a job and you're working on your own in whatever field that you've been working in, you may want to have the skills that are represented in a data science program. And so we're developing a data science certificate program that's 4 graduate level classes. And by the time you've taken those 4 classes, you understand how to do data science.
Well, the exciting news, exciting developments, all this across the board. I'm so proud of MTSU being a leader in such an emerging field. Thank you both for joining us on Out of the Blue.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Your MTSU Alumni Association has a goal of placing this pin on the lapel of all those who call this campus theirs. Let's pass that tradition on.
Let's pass it on.
You know you gotta climb higher.
I am True Blue. As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I am a recipient and a giver.
I'm a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I am committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I'm a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
pass the tradition on.
Pass the tradition on.
Pass it on.
Do you want the advantages of a major university with the Ivy League experience of an honors college? What you're looking for is right in front of you. Middle Tennessee State University's beautiful campus is home to over 140 majors taught in state-of-the-art facilities. Our undergraduates get hands-on experience, working alongside a highly respected and caring faculty. Take a closer look. Become True Blue.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. A trailblazing former state lawmaker with a passion for education has brought her vast political experience and academic background to MTSU as a distinguished visiting professor in political science. Former State Representative Beth Harwell, the state's first female Speaker of the House of Representatives, was formally introduced last semester by President McPhee, and she joins us on Out of the Blue. Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be with you today.
We're just so proud that you're on the faculty.
Oh, listen, I'm the one that's proud to be on MTSU's campus.
It's just been great. We've worked on a couple of projects together, you and I. We started out really with something very recently with the Tennessee Intercollegiate State Legislature. You were their mentor.
Well, I'll tell you what, I am so proud of those students. I don't know how much I mentored them, but I will say I was impressed, and they walked away with some very high honors.
Well,
so MTSU has a lot to be proud of.
They were named the best delegation.
Absolutely.
And what was really cool about that, before they went off to the Capitol, is a whole weekend at the Capitol, they actually sat in your House chambers.
I know.
And everything. They gave you a standing ovation. The entire assembly gave you a standing ovation.
And Dr. McPhee that day was excellent. It was quite an honor to have him.
Yeah, he really enjoyed that. He did the, Mr. Speaker, the president, and he walked through the center. But what was really cool before that session happened, you sat down with the delegation. They actually drafted legislation, and you gave them some pointers. And talk to me about some of the advice you gave them.
Well, it was interesting to hear their ideas and what bright minds they are. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if I see some of them in that body in real capacity in the near future. But they had some good ideas from everything from, what to do with the Nathan Bedford Forest bus to you name it. They were working on a lot of issues that face our state, and they did so with a great deal of intelligence and ability.
The great thing about you serving in this role is that you brought to them some very practical experience about this is how we would work legislation through the assembly. This is how you deal with interpersonal politics and those things. And when we bring aboard a distinguished visiting professor, it's getting that connection with someone with your expertise to go talk directly to students. Was that one of the things you wanted?
That really was, and one of the things I admire so much about that type of program is it really allows the textbook to jump up and become alive. We all memorized the page in the textbook that said how a bill becomes a law. But those students who went through that program saw it, understood the necessity of working well with others to accomplish anything, and I was very impressed. And I have to, on a personal note, say that one of the young men that participated took a bill that I had introduced back when I was just a member. My bill failed, his passed. It was the same
bill. Well, there you go.
So
well, experience, you shared the experience. That's good.
Right.
Well, I don't think it was widely known until we made our announcement. I know those who follow you closely know your origin story, but you hold a doctorate. You are a faculty member at other universities before. Talk about the return to higher education after a historic career in politics. How is this coming home again in a way?
In some ways, I've always had a passion for education, and there's something about being on a college campus that just feels good. It feels right for me. I so enjoyed my time in elected office, but now maybe to be able to share some of those experiences in the practical realm on a higher education institution is really an honor for me.
It's been great seeing you at our events, and on campus all the time. I know you're working with our School of Journalism and Strategic Media, helping those legislative reporters that are going to go to the assembly, are already there right now, cover the assembly. And you're also working with, I think, our American Democracy Project. Talk a little bit about that.
Okay, sure. I was very impressed with what is coming up for the month of February and on your campus about, encouraging young people to be involved in democracy and what their civic responsibility is. And I'll be chairing hosting and moderating a panel to talk about what it means to vote and what the restrictions are in the state of Tennessee regarding voting. And to have 2 state representatives come on campus and allow me to moderate that panel, I think it's going to be very helpful to the students. And there's a lot of other great projects coming up. I personally will be on a panel talking about the right to petition your government, what that actually means. And then for the advanced reporting class, I'll come and talk to them a little bit about the legislative process and how best to get the right angle on what's happening in the General Assembly. So all those things are things I'm really looking forward to be participating in the month of February.
And all 3 of those things really benefit from someone who's actually walked the walk and talked the talk. Walk me through what you hope to, beyond the panels and other things, what you're hoping to accomplish as a distinguished visiting professor. Dr. McPhee made it very clear, and you did too, that you don't want this to be just a, hey, I'm going to show up kind of thing. You're going to be a resource in some of our classes, right? Professors are reaching out to you as a resource.
They are. I've already participated in some of your dual credit enrollment classes that happen in some of the high schools, which was fun for me to even get back into high school campus. And those bright young people, most of them are advanced placement students that get to take courses that count toward MTSU degrees. That's been fun for me to get there and work with them a little bit. And you know, I'm excited. Hopefully I can play a role in the month of March because it's Women's Month. Just some leadership ideas for women's programs, and just this is an exciting year for the state of Tennessee, for our nation. This is the year when we celebrate the 100th anniversary of women obtaining the right to vote. And of course, Tennessee played such a critical role in that. I'm looking forward to the activities here on campus regarding that.
And we're looking forward to you being a part of it too. You had to have had a lot of opportunities once you left office. Why MTSU particularly? What about our mission appealed to you?
I really like that. It really is a university, number one, is fast growing. I just feel sorry that you don't have a president that has a little enthusiasm.
We were talking about
Nothing could be further from the truth.
I think he chased you down for this job, didn't he?
Dr. McPhee is on fire. You couldn't find a better advocate. And I think most of my former members of the General Assembly would feel the same way. But at any rate, it's a great university because you do have college-age students, but you also are meeting such a great demand in Middle Tennessee for that older student that wants to come back. And so it's a nice combination, a nice feel on this campus. And you know, you are the fastest growing university. And when I'm here, I see the diversity of programs that are available to Middle Tennessee here. It's remarkable. This is where the growth of our state is taking place, and MTSU has plugged into it right away.
Well, and having you a part of that helps us reach more students with more expertise, and it really means a great deal to us. Dr. Beth Harwell, thank you for joining the faculty of MTSU and being on Out of the Blue.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
We'll be right back.
Your MTSU Alumni Association has a goal of placing this pin on the lapel of all those who call this campus theirs. Let's pass that tradition on.
Let's pass it on.
You know you gotta climb higher.
I am true blue. As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I am a recipient and a giver.
I'm a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I am committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner. Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I'm a Blue Raider.
True blue.
Pass the tradition on.
Pass the tradition on.
Pass it on.
Do you want the advantages of a major university with the Ivy League experience of an honors college? What you're looking for is right in front of you. Middle Tennessee State University's beautiful campus is home to over 140 majors taught in state-of-the-art facilities. Our undergraduates get hands-on experience, working alongside a highly respected and caring faculty Take a closer look. Become True Blue. Middle Tennessee State University offers more than 100 master's and doctoral degrees designed for working professionals. Many of MTSU's graduate programs are offered partially or completely online. More information is available at mtsu.edu/graduate.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Oppmann. Professor Lisa Sheehan Smith in our Department of Human Sciences works with a team of faculty and students to bring forth a great research project known as Educated Eats. It's a mobile kitchen run by seniors in the program that provides nutrition, information, and cooking demonstrations. The professor joins us today on Out of the Blue to talk about this project and other exciting news. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a delight to be here.
This is a great program. We talked a little bit off camera about this, but describe what Educated Eats is and the role that you're playing in the community.
Of course. Educated Eats is a program that we started last year, and we started through obtaining some grant money, which is always important to support our programs. And it's a collaborative effort, actually. It's a collaboration between the MTSU senior dietetic students, Dr. Liz Smith, who I teach with in the department, Kroger, where we do the grocery store tours, and the campus recreation with the NHC Dietetic Internship Program. So the dietetic interns and our seniors, they provide grocery store tours, and then they do an interactive cooking class using our mobile kitchen, and that takes place over at campus recreation.
Wow, so you're actually bringing a functioning kitchen to the Krogers, and you're putting into practice the things that you would normally have just in a brochure, I guess, right?
Yes.
You're actually showing it.
Right. During the grocery store tour, we go up and down the aisle so they can learn about the produce to buy in season, how to read a label, for example. We sometimes do a little taste testing. And then we have this wonderful mobile kitchen that, again, we bought through a grant, and it is a fully operational kitchen. It has a working sink, it has a convection oven, we have an infrared cooktop, and the dietetic interns and the senior dietetic students, they come up with recipes, but we have flaps that we can put up. And so the students, the MTSU students participating, they actually stand around the counter and help make the recipe, and then of course they get to taste it. And all the recipes are budget friendly, which is critical for college students, and they are easy to make, and of course they're healthy because we're nutrition.
That's great, and I think you answered this part of my question. When you say they, you're aiming to teach a younger audience?
Yes, we are teaching fellow MTSU students, and this year we're collaborating with 2 other faculty members in the Human Sciences Department, and those faculty members teach some nutrition students, but also students that are in other majors, so that way we can reach a wider audience. We're also using students from my career orientation class in dietetics because they are the younger dietetic students. So this is going to be a really nice opportunity for them to learn from seniors what it's like to be a senior, and a new way to educate people, because so often we think that nutrition information is just provided one-on-one, but where we provide it a lot is in a group setting, and we want our students to develop those skills and know that this is a very viable and important way to educate others about nutrition, and in a very practical way, because these are really life skills. You know, how to shop at the grocery store, how to do basic cooking, those are life skills, and all of our students need to have those.
I'm really glad to hear you say that, because that was the biggest thing that struck me as well. Grocery stores can be confusing, overwhelming.
Yes,
so you, in a lot of ways, are teaching them how to navigate a very complicated system.
Exactly, and when they're on a limited budget, that is particularly important.
And what a great opportunity for your seniors who are getting in this field to teach others, to teach their peers and kind of cut their teeth.
Exactly.
In those kind of environments.
And these group education skills are so important when they go out. So one of the aspects I think that is really strong about our dietetics program at MTSU is that we do provide so much experiential learning opportunities. We give them the foundation knowledge in the classroom, and then they go out to use it. And that helps prepare them to be more successful in obtaining these very competitive dietetic internships, and then when they become registered dietitians. And at the same time, we're collecting data. So we do turn this into a research project. So, you know, the type of program that I like is a community service woven into experiential learning, and then tie in that research. I mean, it's a trifecta. There you go, all 3 parts. So last year we collected some data, and it really showed that the participants were highly satisfied with the program. A mean score of 4.95 on a scale of 1 to 5. You can't get too much better than that, can you? So this year we're hoping to have a much greater number of participants and to see, does that data hold up? And where else are we going? Because we're going to ask them a little more specific questions about food safety, because not only do we teach them how to make a recipe, but also the importance of practicing good food safety and kitchen safety. How do you handle a knife in the kitchen?
How do I find out about this if I'm interested in attending or want to participate?
Well, the students, anybody that is interested, they could contact me. That would be easy enough. They can shoot me an email message. It's my full long name, lisa.sheehan-smith@mtsu.edu.
And that's okay.
That's all right. That's all right. It fits into most of the boxes.
That's okay.
And then I can help them with signing up and participating.
This is fabulous. And, I can't help but notice you've brought something called True Blue cookies. And, I don't want to be rude, but walk me through this. Great label.
This is produced by MTSU. This is another project that the dietetic students and I have put together. Just brainstorming one day, I said, we need to have a True Blue cookie.
I concur. As we say in the university business.
And then we were looking around, how is this going to happen? Well, last year then I brought in a couple of my personal recipes that I thought were very good, gave them to the seniors, and they used those recipes to develop a True Blue cookie. It's an oatmeal cookie that contains dried blueberries and lemon zest.
There's the blue, is the blueberry.
There's the blue, exactly. And the lemon just really adds another little extra flavor. So we came up with a prototype last year. This year's seniors have been standardizing the recipe in terms of the ingredient quantity, the baking time, and the size. And the feedback, all the taste testing, has been just phenomenal.
Well, I don't want to be rude. I mean, you brought them.
Well, of course, so you have to try them.
Let's at least see what, I mean, you said there was taste testing, so let's go.
Right.
So why don't you grab one too if you want one. So wow. All right, so this is still in development phase, right?
It is close to being 100%. We're going to do some final standardization in our convection oven, because we have a commercial convection oven in the department.
Wow.
And then we hope to have our big first selling opportunity during our alumni event on April 7th, because we thought what a great prospective audience.
So alumni event April 7th is where the masses will get these, huh? Wow. You gonna leave the bag?
Of course.
This is good. Wow. Developing this kind of recipe, is this something atypical, or are you constantly working on these kind of things?
We're always trying to come up with some new ways to give our students experiences. This is the first time we've come up with a recipe.
Wow.
That is going to be an MTSU proprietary recipe. So I won't be giving the recipe away, so don't ask me for it.
You know what would go good with this is MTSU chocolate milk.
Exactly, and now that you have said that, another little project that we're working on is to do True Blue cookies and milk, milk and True Blue cookies, whichever direction you want to go.
This is good breaking news for Out of the Blue. This is fantastic.
It's exciting.
Professor, this is wonderful. Thanks for sharing the cookies and all the great news about your work, and we really appreciate you coming on the show.
Appreciate you having me on.
This does wrap up another edition of Out of the Blue. You can find more stories and videos about the campus 24 hours a day by visiting our website, mtsunews.com. And we invite you to follow MTSU on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for additional special content. I'm Andrew Ottman, and I hope you will always remain true blue.
Good evening, LaVergne. My name is Jason Cole. I'm the mayor for the city of LaVergne, and we're going to go through the state of the city tonight. Last year has been an adventure, to say the least. My first year as mayor, and we've seen a lot of changes to City Hall and to the city of LaVergne as a whole. I took office in November of 2018, and aggressively with the support of our staff here at City Hall, the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, we began taking LaVergne forward to a better place. We started at the budget, cutting out wasteful spending and dedicating funds to public safety, such as police and fire, and infrastructure improvements throughout the city. In 2019, we dedicated over $1 million to public safety alone. At the same time, we also began working on our infrastructure to make improvements throughout the city. That includes the research for widening South Waldron, realigning Charter Place, as well as fixing our traffic light signaling throughout the city. We've also begun addressing the quality of our water. As of today, our water quality is better today than it has been in the history of LaVergne. And through more work that we've already approved, it will be even better in the future to come. We've done all of this while avoiding any tax increases, any water and sewer rate increases. We are responsibly using your tax dollars for the betterment of our city. We've also seen changes in staff here at City Hall and throughout the city. You can see where we're bringing in experience and leadership from across the state, including our own fire chief, Chris Clark, who has completely reorganized the LaVergne Fire Department, made it more efficient for our residents, and included more training for his men and women so that they can serve our citizens better. Another area in leadership that has changed in 2019 is that of our senior center. Over the course of the year, the senior center is now being run in a different manner. We have Dawn Bebout, Linda Tomlin, being led by Melissa Cooper, who the three of them have taken our senior citizen center to a whole new level. They have gotten engagement and interaction from the community that has never been seen before, as well as working with our private sector to get grants and donations so that our seniors can have a better quality of life and experience whenever they're down there. We've seen new business flock to the area with over 500 new jobs being created in the city by numerous Fortune 500 industry and corporate companies, including Icy, Cardinal Health, and Automation Inc. I want to thank our partners at the Rutherford County Chamber, Paul Latour, Patrick Kamack, and Aaron Hutchins, as they work together with our economic development team, Thomas Broker and Julie Wilson, to bring these new jobs and new opportunities to our city. As a result, our white-collar jobs now outnumber our blue-collar jobs here in the city. We have more residents coming here to work than leaving. That is always a benefit, and it gives more opportunity to everybody. Our economic team, they're out attending numerous conventions across the country, working with brokers and developers to bring in new retail companies to our city. In the past, Thomas Broker has worked to bring in Walmart, and he's working today to bring in new companies to our city. We've talked to everyone from Golden Corral all the way to Sam's, Costco, and everyone in between. We are actively working to recruit new retail opportunities here to the city of LaVergne so that this can drive the quality of life improvements that everybody in our city wants and dreams of. There will come a time whenever you won't have to go outside of our city limits to have a quality sit-down meal or go buy a suit in another city. You will be able to buy that right here. We're working diligently to make that a reality here in LaVergne. Our Board of Mayor and Aldermen have improved multiple ordinances and resolutions to clean up our city, to make it look better. This is to improve our commercial district and overall make it something that everyone wants and enjoys. This began work to replace our eyesores with quality businesses. Our city is strong and growing, but with that growth, we have to plan accordingly. Controlling the quality of growth to ensure it meets our standards of both look and density is important to myself and to the rest of the board. Growth has to be partnered with what can be handled on our roads and by our emergency services. With our upcoming budget, I'll continue to push for priority spending for police and fire. I hope to begin this fiscal year with the construction of a new Fire Station 1 to replace our 55-year-old, yes, I did say 55-year-old building. This will provide our growing fire department opportunities to store equipment correctly, have it out from the elements and away from prying eyes. It will let more men and women, as we grow, serve. It will also give us a facility that we can train our future men and women who want to be firefighters, such as our explorers, the high school group that's spending time learning about firefighting and experiencing it firsthand. With newly acquired land that the city purchased in 2019, I would like to see a new community center developed, along with relocating the ball fields at City Hall. This would allow us to provide a secure lot for the LaVergne Police Department, as well as expand their building. Very sadly, we have officers, men and women who serve this community as police officers that are working out of closets, literal closets that have been converted into office space. And that's just disappointing. So as our city grows, our infrastructure, not just our roads, but our emergency services like police and fire, they need to grow with that. So hopefully we can develop a community center that gives back to our community, provides a place for our children after school hours, a place where they can go and have fun and have a second chance versus just being on the streets, getting into trouble. And it also gives our opportunity for the police department to provide room for their services that they need. With the help of the board and staff, we'll continue to address numerous infrastructure improvements throughout the city. We'll also work with our partners at TDOT as the SMART corridor continues to move forward for residents. We want to make sure that this is done in a coordinated fashion so that our residents aren't stuck on side streets and long queues trying to get onto Murfreesboro Road or trying to get to I-24. So we're working with those partners at TDOT and the state level to ensure that those lights are going to be timed correctly so that our residents can get in and out to do their business, go to work, go shopping, spend time with family, versus sitting and waiting while the main road goes through. For 2020, I'm pushing to implement a Project Helping Hands, which would be new for the city. This would be created to provide financial assistance to citizens in regard to their water and sewer bills. And it would be funded through people adding an extra $1 onto their water bill each month. And a board selected by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen would determine how those funds are delegated and spent. This would help many of our residents throughout the community and would just add an extra layer of security for those who desperately need it. In the coming months, the board will review an impact fee study to modernize our impact fees, but I'm hoping it's also going to include all of our permitting, not just our impact fees. I'm talking about our rezoning fees, our special exception fees, our permits for new buildings. All of that needs to be included in this, and my goal is that the board will look at this and we will modernize those permit prices. Our zoning ordinance will also be updated, and as to today's standards versus yesterday's standards. We will discuss the fire code, and while I don't feel that all homes need sprinklers, I do believe that if we are going to develop any more 3-story townhomes that are densely packed together, we should absolutely consider mandatory sprinklers for those types of homes. With help from our board and from the staff and from the great community that we have here, I want to see LaVergne beautified in 2020, whether that's through artwork, landscaping, or building improvements. Our community is open and welcoming, and our environment should reflect that. If we have artwork, we have landscaping with flowers, trees, makes it more inviting for everybody, and it celebrates all the different diversity of our city. At the same time, we can also bring in together our students, whether it's LaVergne High School, the middle schools, or even the elementary schools with different art contests. We can do that and beautify our city. It just takes the community as a whole to come together and do that. I think a great partnership with the Rutherford County Alliance for Arts would be a great start to move that forward. And I've spoken with my good friend Ron Alley with Carpe Artista, and he's willing to help us establish that cooperation and see the arts flourish here in LaVergne. I'm dedicated to serving you, the residents, as is the rest of the board. We want to see the city come together, united, not just at any election time. We want to see united all throughout the year because that makes our community better. That unites us on goals and everyone works together. We want to see that as a whole, and we hope that you'll come and partner with us on these goals and many more that will come out during the budget planning process. 2020 is going to be a great year for the city. I hope it's good for your family. I hope it's great for everyone. Thank you.
Are you interested in learning how to hunt? Well, the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency has a special section on their website dedicated to getting first-timers the information they need to get started. Log on to tnwildlife.org to learn more. On this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal, at Bart Camp Barron's Wildlife Management Area, TWRA is taking down one type of forest to make room for another type of forest, one that's great for all wildlife. TWRA takes some folks on a bird hike on Short Mountain in Headwaters Wildlife Management Area. It's an all-around great day to be outside enjoying wildlife. It's time to get on some red ear sunfish, what they call shell cracker. So we'll go fishing on Old Hickory Lake with Doug Markham and Barry Cross.
How's that look from down there, Josh?
Next, what does artificial bat habitat look like? We'll find out.
It's a stronger solar panel.
Then we'll visit Wayne County, where problems with wild hogs are on the rise. You know it's time for some high-tech hog traps. Let's get on it. And finally, TWRA is educating the future by bringing knowledge of our natural resources to the next generation. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for a behind-the-scenes look at the work being done every day by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page.
What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. Let's start this episode off with a story about logging for quail.
Today we're on the Bart Camp Barron's Wildlife Management Area. Bart Camp is one of the 4 statewide quail focus areas. We're harvesting timber off of 170 acres. We're doing a lot of habitat work on the stuff that we've got, but being able to increase the usable ground requires timber harvest. The plans are to come back and burn this on a rotation. We're increasing our habitat base for quail here. Cutting trees, it's a drastic measure, but what comes back in its place is an early successional habitat that provides great quality habitat for not just quail, but for deer and for turkeys, for a whole host of songbirds, small mammals. The early successional habitat provides a larger food source, a larger habitat source than just the average forest. If you look at a topo map of Coffee County and parts of northern Franklin County, it'll have the barrens across it. And the barrens historically were early successional habitat, scrubby habitat. This landscape stays wet. The bedrock is close to the surface here, so it doesn't drain very well, but the Indians knew that, and the Indians kept it burned off on a regular basis, and this was a huge hunting ground historically. So what we're looking at here is an area that was cut 2 years ago. We were able to come in and burn right behind the harvest to clear up some of the log and slash and stimulate the seed bank. Everything on the right side of this mowed strip 2 years ago was trees. It was a forest. And through the timber operation, we were able to increase our early successional habitat base. You didn't put it out there? We haven't planted anything out here. These are the little stick tights that you walk outside and come back in, they'll be all over your pants. These make great quail habitat. Excellent food source. Lots of bugs on this, the invertebrates. get all over it. Excellent food source for baby quail. The partridge pea, again, excellent food source for the quail, and great habitat structure underneath for a bird that makes his living hiding from everything else. This is a great place for him to get in and hide in, do his thing during the day without having to worry about overhead predators coming in. So the seed's in the seed bank. You know, a lot of the native stuff, that stuff is there. It's in the seed bank, especially in the forested areas. You know, if it were an agricultural field that's been farmed for years and constantly sprayed, maybe that seed bank is been depleted and it's not there. But here, when we take a forest and remove the forest and put sunlight on the ground, that seed bank responds with this. So once we've got it to this point, we'll maintain this with fire. We'll come in every 2 to 3 years with a fire rotation. We'll burn it alternating. Sometimes we'll burn it in the spring, sometimes we'll burn it in the fall. That'll keep the woody encroachment out, but we'll maintain this with fire. We're hoping to have different stages of habitat as much as possible here. Rarely do things thrive in a monoculture. You know, if you have just forest, you're going to have some things, but a lot of the species that we have here in Middle Tennessee, the deer, the turkey, the quail, those are edge species, and they've got to have different habitat types in order to thrive. And having mature forest and having early successional fields, that's going to benefit everything.
Our next story, non-game or wildlife too.
We're actually right here, we're at the foot of Short Mountain. Short Mountain is an outlier of the Cumberland Plateau. In fact, the top of the Short Mountain is the same elevation as Crossville, Tennessee. This is a unique area. There's actually Mountain Creek that runs right here, and that's part of the stream. One of the 3 water sources is where this area headwaters got its name. If you go across this ridge, water there falls and flows into the Caney Fork River. This right here, water that falls here and Mountain Creek will flow into the Collins River. Every bit of the water that falls on that side of that ridge you can see right there flows into the East Fork of the Stone. We came out today just doing a bird walk here around on Short Mountain, just local folks out of the community. Yes, that's it, indigo bunting. I call these birds, when I first started knowing these birds, I call them the mountain bluebirds, but they are indigo bunting in the same family as the goldfinch. I like my little birds, and I have for a number of years. Of course, I guess I got that passion from my mother, always having bird feeders up and watching the birds come in the wintertime, but learning more birds that are here during the summertime that we don't see all year round, and that's many of those birds are what we were looking for today, especially many of the warblers. But I heard a wood thrush, which if you hear a piccolo playing in the woods, it's the wood thrush. I'm gonna see if I can't get that worm-eating warbler to stick his head up. I hear a towhee out further out this way. The part of my job that I really enjoy is educating others, whether it's on wild turkey, whether it's on trees. All this is one leaf, and you can see the leaves are alternate, but this is the yellowwood. Beautiful yellowwood, a lot of carving done on it if you can get to the right size. So if I can impart some knowledge on something that I know to someone that doesn't know, or give them an appreciation of it, or why it's not a good thing to kill or to destroy a certain habitat, you know, I do enjoy that. Snakes, many people have hurt themselves getting away from snakes. We found a small ringneck snake up there, probably the most harmless snake that we could run across today. You know, snakes are part of the landscape just like anything else. They have a niche to serve. To birders in general, the song is the bird. You know, there's a very few birds out there that may sound like another, But depending on the habitat, you'll know that bird from one from another. Many of these warblers, once you see movement, if you don't get at them and get an ID on them real quick, you're not going to get a good ID, especially in a dense habitat. You don't necessarily have to see that bird, but if you can hear that song and you know in your mind's eye, okay, that is a blue-winged warbler. That song is unique to that bird, so you know you've identified a blue-winged warbler when you hear his song. Here, we should see some birds down in this moving around. A day like this, satisfaction comes from getting out into something that I can have a direct effect on. You know, this Headwaters WMA is land that's protected. It's really protected and used for hunting, but all the birds that I hear around me are using this as habitat, and this land is managed for that purpose for the game, but the non-game is such a big part of it. You know, I can hear 10 different birds singing behind me, and they're using the same habitat that the deer and turkey use. So knowing that I'm here protecting this area or promoting this area for the use of game, but then non-game is a big part of it as well.
Next up, shell cracker fishing.
If you're going to do anything in this life, I don't care what it is, if you're going to do something, it helps if you've already got somebody that knows how to do it so that they can kind of teach you, help take the learning curve and straighten it out a bit. Today I've got Doug Markham. He is the communications manager for TWRA, and he tells me he knows how to catch red ear sunfish, commonly called shell cracker.
Turn left, then the destination is on your right.
Okay, so I've made it to the lake. I've got my good friend here, Doug, who's going to show me how to catch shell cracker. Is that right?
I hope so. Shell cracker, red ear sunfish.
We're gonna catch something, but we're going after red ear sunfish, and it ought to be a good day. I don't know exactly what to use, Doug, but you got boxes and boxes of stuff.
That's right.
What are we gonna tie on?
Well, we're looking for shell crackers or big bluegill, whatever we can get. And you know, a lot of folks buy crickets berry and they buy worms, great baits, night crawlers especially for shell cracker, but I don't usually do that. I usually do the artificial stuff. So I buy little small grubs, or there's something called a trout magnet. Don't let the trout get in your way because it catches everything. And just a little plastic bait. And small baits don't cost very much, small heads. You don't need a big head, 1/16 ounce. If you don't know what that is, it's written on the boxes when you go buy them.
That's like a trout magnet?
That's a trout magnet, and I like to go dark colors for these shell crackers and bluegill, but if they don't bite these today, we'll go light color and see what they do. But this is the time of year where the shell cracker and bluegill get ready to spawn, and really fun to get out there and get them. And you'll find that you don't always have to buy a cricket or a night crawler and all that and get your hands all dirty. You just find something like this and toss them on real light line. Don't make the mistake of using heavy line. 4-pound test is a lot of fun. Little bitty reels. Put some line on it, light line on it, and just cast real slow toward the bottom.
All right.
That's where the beds are.
So we're catching shell cracker, right?
We're going to try to catch shell cracker. There ain't no right to nothing.
We're targeting shell cracker.
I've always found out if I target something, I always catch something else. So let's target them. Let's target bass.
Decent. I think it might be a crappie. What about your gear, Doug? I mean, do I need to go buy a bunch of stuff if I'm going to do this?
Oh no, if you're getting out for the first time, there's a lot of really good rods that are out there. You do want to get graphite. Just get you a small reel and again light line. And then the graphite's light in your hands. It's a lot of fun. You need if you read on the pole itself, it'll say medium or heavy or medium light. You want to get probably a medium light to a light if you're just going to go after these little fish. And it just makes it a lot of fun. We're experimenting, trying to find out if they want to bite today with us slowly dragging it on the bottom, or if they're wanting to bite under a bobber. I've seen some days you can catch them one way and not the other. That's something on right now. Yeah, and that's what we're looking for today. We kind of got to look at this spot. When you find a shell cracker, it doesn't always happen, but they like to bed together, and they often bed in really small areas, sometimes right next to bluegill, and oftentimes they start before bluegill. And they're called red ear sunfish because of this right here on this flap. It's kind of orangish red. It's beautiful. And they like to eat shells. They're in close right now because they're getting ready to spawn, but when they go back out deep water, they'll eat a lot of mollusk, and they're out there eating on that stuff. They have a real tough throat in. They can crunch those shells and eat them. But today, this one just ate a jig. But this is not their day today. They're going back today, right, Barry?
That's right.
So we like to do catch and release a lot too, especially a beautiful fish like this.
Time of day play into anything with shellcracker?
The what?
Time of day. I mean, does that play into it at all?
I've caught them all day long. I don't know, it could, but I've caught them in the middle of the day, caught them mornings.
So what you're saying is it's still fishing?
It's still fishing. Always is. If you find a good bed, it's catching.
Oh, me.
What you got there?
Little bass, little bass.
You can get all that in-between stuff sometimes. That's fun.
This is not a shellcracker.
But they're black bass. If you're out and catch one of these, and oh, they get so much bigger. But that pretty little stripe right there, this is a black crappie. And we have white crappie and black crappie in Tennessee. This is just a black crappie with a mark on it. And we actually stock these. Now what is this? This is a drum. Oh, I was going to talk about it. You just never know what you're going to catch.
We never really got on that stockpile of shellcracker beds where we were going to catch shellcracker after shellcracker. It may have been a little bit early for that to happen, but we did have a lot of fun, and that's the one takeaway I can leave you with is if you're going to go out and you fish with somebody you enjoy spending time with, odds are it's going to be a good day whether you're catching what you meant to catch or you're catching bluegill or whatever. It's just a lot of fun. Shellcracker! Hey, put your shirt back on, man. I'm trying to do video here.
Our next story is about artificial bat habitat.
And our bats now that are hibernating in caves, many of them are being impacted by this disease, white nose syndrome, and they have their young in the spring just after they emerge from their caves. And the survivors of white nose syndrome especially are stressed, and they are often in a poor health condition.
A lot of suitable natural roost trees that you do find in the woods, they're ephemeral. They last between 2 and 3 years. And once that tree becomes unusable, it may still stand, but all the bark will fall off. And so this is an alternative that provides that structure standing for an extended period of time with bark over a longer period of time than what you'd find on the landscape in a natural setting.
Artificial bark. So it's textured on the inside so the bats have something to hold on to and crawl up on.
This product's called Brandon bark. It's provided by a contractor we deal with quite a bit, Copperhead Consulting in Kentucky. And this product is supposed to mimic bark of dead trees. And what happens when a tree dies, the bark itself will pop off, and we call it sloughing. And so over time it pops, it breaks, it falls off. But before it falls off, when it pops off the bole of the tree, it creates a void for the bats to get up underneath, establish a colony, and raise their young.
Our Middle Tennessee landscape has changed a lot in the past couple hundred years, and there's just generally a lot less older and dead trees in our forests, and those would be trees that bats like to use and like to have their babies in. And so we installed these sort of artificial dead trees out here today and give Indiana bats specifically, which are endangered species, a site that would be useful to them.
The Nature Conservancy paid for the materials, but then I managed to find another partner outside of TNC and TWRA that came in, assisted with erecting the poles and helping us put the bark on the utility poles. We're doing as much as we can in the winter when the bats are having the highest declines because of white nose syndrome. So the next step would be to provide or protect as much summer habitat. The lack of habitat can cause an added stress to bats that could further the decline when they're out spending resources looking for roost where they once were, and so that could add to the decline. So we're trying to provide more habitat in the summer.
How's that look from down there, Josh?
Good. As a management tool, I think the use of this type of structure will increase over time. They've had really good success with it in other states. The bats seem to really like it, and just the bang for the buck seems to be really high.
Hey, let's learn about high-tech hog trapping.
The hog problem in Tennessee is much worse in regions 3 and 4, which is the Plateau region and further over into East Tennessee. Region 2, when we started, had pockets of hogs here and there. Wayne County was a pretty large pocket. So we started here 4 years ago. I think we've come pretty good ways with it. We still have a hog problem, there's no doubt. We don't get as many calls as we used to. Damage, number one problem. Damage to people's yards, people's gardens. Any row cropper in this area of the county has damage, and they'll destroy it. They're invasive species. They don't belong here, so they don't really fit into that niche in the ecosystem. Whereas the deer and turkey, they naturally belong here, so they come in, they don't cause any problems, they just fit right into that ecosystem. And the hogs are a completely different story. So they rob all the other wildlife of food also. You know, acorns under oak trees in the fall, you know, they'll clean up a whole patch of oak trees, and then the deer come along, they don't have hardly anything to eat off of that section of trees. So those are the two main problems with them there. Trapping, in my opinion, is the best way to deal with them. Because when they come here, they get comfortable with the trap. We know they're here, we're watching them here, and they all go in, drop the gate, and you've caught, you know, 20, 30, 40 hogs, versus sitting out here with a couple of guns and shooting maybe 5 or 6 in the night, and then you just scattered, you know, 30 or 40 hogs. So trapping is probably the number one way to get rid of them.
A lot of trial and error, talking to the guys in the field, finding out what they thought needed to be improved upon. Hook it up, positive, negative, just 2 simple wires, and then I put that second switch where they can flip a switch, read their voltage.
Rodney's been absolutely essential. He's taken the system and built it pretty much from the ground up.
You know, nobody in the area had any system close to this. This is a one of a kind.
These traps and the camera system has helped us a lot.
This is a fob receiver, trips the voltage relay to trip the full 12 volts to the actuator.
When we first started, we were sitting on traps and blinds, you know, 2, 3, 4 nights a week trying to catch pigs. If they didn't show up, you wasted, you know, 6 hours that night.
This is a stronger solar panel. The camera is on 24/7, solar powered, converts to infrared at night. You can set up a motion detection zone specific to one spot. You can adjust the maximum height and width of an object or the minimum height and width of an object. And with the analytics of the camera, it's intelligent video. It picks up that size object that you set, and until it sees it cross that threshold, it will not send an alert to your email or your text. He can trigger from his phone, tablet, laptop. Anytime you log on, you have access to the drop button.
Now I can sit at home, or I can sit at the office or in the truck down the road, watch it on my phone or the computer. If they don't show up, turn the laptop off and go to bed. If they show up, then drop the gate, throw the uniform on, jump in the truck and run out here. So Rodney's worked very hard on it and got it to where it's a lot easier to use, officer friendly, time friendly. Doesn't take near as much time as it used to now to use them. And we catch a lot of hogs with it. It's done a really good job.
We'll finish this episode off with a story about educating the future.
First, we're going to start with a pop quiz, okay? Okay. Does anybody know what the state bird is?
Yeah.
Anybody tell me? Just yell it out. Yell it out.
A bald eagle. Bald eagle.
That's a national bird. What about the state here in Tennessee? Well, this is Farm Days here in Wilson County. Communities come together and create opportunity for second graders all across the county to come and learn about agriculture and natural resources. Now, what's the state mammal?
Raccoon bird.
Raccoon, very good. This is a raccoon right here. And so today we're here teaching about some of the mammals we have in Tennessee. Two things I want y'all to remember about a skunk, okay? This end bites, this end stinks.
But officers do a lot of programs now, very diverse in the things they do. Not only do they do hunter education and boater education, but they also do programs with schools. They also do talks with outdoor groups and organizations and try to educate the public as best they can, not only on the wildlife that's out there in the state of Tennessee, but also habitat issues and just keep the public up to speed as best we can on our changing wildlife.
If you have somebody else in the boat.
Here recently, I've probably spoke to over 1,000 kids in the past week. So it's turned out to be your law enforcement, and that's our main objective. But we also go out and teach kids about the wildlife, about our natural resources.
We've got the test for wildlife. You're going to have 30 identification. I have a degree in wildlife. We use that in our day-to-day job, both for species identification as well as habitat management. You all are welcome to touch them, just make sure they go back to the right spot. Every time I do one of these programs, we have several people who will come up to you and ask, how did you get your job? Where did you go to school? What did you do to get into that position?
When I talk to school groups and people, in general about what this agency does and some of the stuff that I do, the first words out of their mouth are, I had no clue about that, or I had no clue, y'all did that, or I had no clue we even had that in the state of Tennessee.
I think education wildlife makes people care because they learn a little bit about their habitat, and so instead of looking out their window and saying, oh, there's an animal in my backyard, they say, oh, that's a red fox walking through my backyard. That's really cool.
A lot of kids are growing up with cell phones and video games nowadays. That's where having these programs is a great thing, to help them to interact with nature and learn about it, and hopefully they will go home and start to explore a bit more of what's actually out there.
I think giving our young people in Tennessee good knowledge about the outdoors and the wildlife species that we have just bodes well for the future.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels. When I was a kid, I loved baseball and football and all kind of stuff, but my favorite pastime was when my daddy would get me up early in the morning, we'd go hunting or fishing. Out in the fresh air on the water or back in the woods, and you learn a lot. You got kids, take them hunting, take them fishing. Join me, buy a hunting or fishing license. Let's keep wildlife in Tennessee. That's a doggone good thing.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Park Recreation Greenway Advisory Committee meeting. February 17th, 2020. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion for the approved minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes as written from the last meeting.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, just so everyone knows, at 7 p.m. after this, we're going to have a Park and Recreation meeting. This particular, right here, this particular time is going to be going over the master plan from Reagan and Smith. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to those gentlemen if anybody has no objections.
I just want to get started on some of it.
I think it'll happen. Is that thing on? There it is.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman Norton. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. We have a very brief presentation. We're just giving a quick update on some things. I think one of the things we want to make sure and do is highlight that March 10th. Do I get the date right, Matt? Does that sound right?
March 10th.
Yes. March 10th is a public open house. We want to promote that date and get as much attendance as we can. That's when we're going to really unveil a lot of the recommendations. We've been talking a lot about inventory and what we've been hearing and getting some general ideas, and that at that meeting we'll get into some details that we'll be very excited about. So we want to make sure that that is well announced, and we're looking forward to that. This evening we have a very quick summary of, I'll pass out what information we've gotten on our survey so far, and then Mr. Hamilton here is going to discuss a little bit about kind of our inventory map and where we see some initial needs assessments.
While he's handing those out, I'd just like to ask everybody here, I seen where Parks and Rec, I'm assuming Kathy does that, puts it on social media about that March the 10th thing, wherever that comes from. I'm not sure who writes it. Maybe Ann.
Robert did it this last time.
Okay. Other than that, and a few things that we put out there as members, and this is nothing against Jerry, but I absolutely despise the fact that we can't get Channel 3 up and running because a lot of people don't have social media and stuff, so I don't really know how to reach everybody, but we need to somehow find a way to really advertise that. If you have any suggestions or I've seen a little bit of it on Facebook. I've put it on there a couple times, but so we need to really start pushing that because I'd love for you to have a packed house. I'd love for you to have to answer a bunch of questions.
Yes, sir.
I think that's good. I think that's good business.
Right. Yes, sir. So what you have in front of you is just a summary of the online survey that we've been taking. It's an ongoing thing. So here again, if you can promote this, get people to recognize if they go to the website for the Park and Recreation Department here in LaVergne, there'll be a link right on that front page to take this survey. The survey is a compilation of some data that was collected before and then some current information. So I'm going to very quickly highlight, I think, some of the things that we noticed right off the bat. There is a lot of people that have lived in LaVergne for a while, and that's kind of reflected in the report. There's a good use of family mixture of ages that are using the parks. That's no surprise. If you go to, it would be your fifth page in, where people visit parks. Veterans Memorial continues to be your flagship park and is very well attended, very well used. That's all very good in that there's a mixture of activities there. And one more reason to, I think, as we've noticed in the report, there's a lot of talk about making sure to maintain and keep up facilities like Veterans Park and make sure that there's an operating and maintenance budget. We've talked about stacking a few more functions in the Veterans, possibly something like disc golf, pickleball, those kind of things. But the other thing you'll notice on this page is some of the smaller parks maybe don't get quite as attended. I think there's a need to make sure to strengthen and promote neighborhood parks throughout LaVergne. And when I say that, not just existing parks, but future parks. And Matt's going to talk about that in the map a little bit. So the other thing that is very well loved is the Greenway. I think we've all recognized that. I think any ways we can expand the Greenway and extend Greenway into other parts of the community would be something that would really be well worth the investment. On the page following that, you'll see as far as events that people enjoy, Old Timers Festival and the parade, still take the top as far as what people attend and participate in. And what I would suggest is that there's an opportunity for the city to maybe add one or two more events that are like that same level of activity, that's so well attended, it's so recognized, and that would be something that I think you could look for other activities that would reach that same caliber. The farmers market has been a real big success. I think that's something that we've seen in the survey. If you follow to the next page on what people would like to see, we've heard a lot of talk about splash pads. We know that that has a lot of interest, but at the same time, high level of cost, high level of maintenance and supervision. There's been interest in a lot, the dog park. I know that there's right now currently discussion. I think Mr. Simon had mentioned he'd like to see something happen. I think that might be something that happens rather quickly. And I think we're looking into the possibility of actually designing and implementing a 3-acre dog park. So that was something, yes, sir.
To the next page, you're down towards the bottom. You
Yes.
got the block party, and you got a 2 there. That was a pretty big hit when we done it this past year. We had a lot of attendance there. Why is it rated so low?
I can only say that people responded to the survey for whatever reasons. This is right now, I think we've got a sample of about 187 people.
Those people that may have responded may not have come to that event. That block party was this was the first time we tried that, and we got 2 hours in and got hit with bad weather. So that may have kept some of the people away, and some of these respondents, may not have been aware of that. So.
But we had a big turnout.
Yeah, it was a good turnout, but like I said, if you didn't take the survey and you didn't come to that event, then that wouldn't reflect on this graph.
Okay.
One of the things that we like to do is make sure to evaluate these matrices from more than one direction. So things like the survey are part of what we use, but we're also going to use things like the demand map, continued input from the open house we'll have. We'll use NRPA standards as a measuring stick. So we don't like to just rely on one tool as the only way to measure. As far as what people would like to see, back to that next page, what is interesting is that nature hikes and walks and the Greenway, there again, very high level. The dog park was a very high level. And I think there's an opportunity for more youth camps and education. We've talked about that, possibility expanding the soccer league and creating a soccer league. What's interesting, there's not a whole lot of respondents that have answered this question yet, but a vast majority of people that did said that they would be very interested in having access to a park just by walking or biking. And that kind of connects to the idea that the Greenway extensions and spurs become very important. And you'll see that in that next question too, below the pie chart, which says more connections to neighborhood parks was something very important. You know, I think that this might even kind of tie into operating and maintenance a little bit in terms of people feeling safe in the park. There wasn't a whole lot who said they did not feel safe, but there was a fair number who were in the kind of in between level. And I think sometimes that's even can be a reflection of like if they feel like the maintenance is down or there's not as many people out in the park. That'd just be something for us to keep our eye on. And then the last 2 pages are just gender and ethnicity. So that's just a quick summary. As I said, this is ongoing. Yes, Ms. Tyson?
I apologize. I have not filled out this survey yet, but I intend to. But my question is, I know that Mr. Simon has advocated for, gosh, probably decades now for a community center. Did you ask that, if people want to see a community center?
I know that we have had a high response with other tools that we've asked about a community center. I don't know that that was part of this original question, and that is a good point.
I don't remember seeing it on that.
Right.
Do you happen to have a copy of it with you, Kathy, by chance?
I don't.
Okay.
But all the fields that they have on this report are the questions off the actual survey.
Okay, that's what I
So,
thought. Didn't remember seeing.
I think that's a good point. I think we could add that. I know that this survey right now is using the city software, so we can get together with city staff, and I think that's a very valid point to add that to one of the uses that people might like to see.
And one of the reasons I'm asking that is I understand that the land purchase has been made, and someone had been told that part of the purchase thought of it was to build a community center, so it sounds like it's something that the mayor may really want to see.
No, we have recognized.
But he can speak for himself.
Right, we've recognized actually, when you're looking out 10 to 20 years, I think LaVergne definitely needs to look for some type of community center that could be implemented. So we need to find out a little bit more about where that's targeted. I think we've got some ideas on this map, but it is definitely one of the things that has shown up on the radar.
Thank you.
Yes.
So again, I think this, I don't even remember whose idea it was to come up with the survey, but I thought it was a great idea. But there again, how in the world can we get people to participate? Because according to this, just like would you walk or bike, you had 21 people.
Right, we need to try to continue to really promote the survey as much as we can. And that can be done a lot of times, even just pretty much any public meeting that is held here at City Hall, if you just mention that, and it gets, when people go to watch the recorded sessions, that's a good way. I know we've promoted it that way. As well as everybody if you want to send that link, send out an email blast. We could probably work on some kind of email blast, I believe, with the city staff. That might help as well.
Has this been added into, I can't think of what it's called, the little community newsletter that goes out in each water bill?
We've used that as a very successful tool in the past, is actually put it in the water bills, because that goes out.
Do you know?
Okay, I don't believe it.
I haven't seen it in there.
Yeah, if that goes to every household in the
Right.
city, that'd be a great tool.
Right.
What about that little monthly thing that lays up there on the counter? What is that called? That little letter for the city, what's going on in the city up there?
Is that something that Ann does, like just the city newsletter?
She does do a monthly newsletter.
Yeah. I think, was that what you were talking about in the water bill?
Yeah, I'm drawing no, it's laying up there on the,
Just like I think it's just like the city newsletter, or whatever it is that Ann puts out.
I'd have to go out there and get it to even tell you the name of it. That's about how my brain's.
Is it the Chronicle?
Yeah, something Chronicle.
That's right, yeah, the LaVergne Chronicle. I think all of this, in my opinion, is the bottom line is just getting it out there somehow, the best way.
Well, if city staff is open to it, we could explore the idea of attaching to the water bill. We've done that in other communities, and it's actually been pretty successful. We could at least examine that possibility.
Put it on the sign out front too. Maybe.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah.
I mean, you could make yard signs and have people put it in their yards all through the area.
Right-of-ways,
Huh?
commonly traveled roads, anywhere
Yeah.
that's highly visible.
Lots
I mean,
of
the dem-
options.
The demographic data shows that we're only targeting niche markets for this marketing. I mean, you look at Caucasians compared to every other represented group. We're obviously hitting some markets, but it's not universal enough. We're not
Right,
bringing
I
in the
agree.
full demographic, because that's
Right.
not at all what LaVergne is like. We have to bring in everyone.
Well, those are all pretty good ideas. I think we can continue to discuss those and try to find some ways to promote, get as much survey data as we can. Matt, can you talk about the maps?
So here on the map, we've taken the live, work, play that we've shown you in the past, and we've started to identify some areas of acquisition for, it could be a community center, it could be community parks, it could be greenway expansion, it could be for the community center. And we've started to identify those mainly towards the southwest part of town, around 24, because that area is lacking really anything at this point other than Brookside Park. And we've also identified the opportunities there to connect to Cane Ridge Park. Since it's sitting right there, but there's really no access, so a greenway access would be a great opportunity to make that. We've also identified on the northeast side, up towards Lake Forest, you got a high density area up there, and there's really only one park there, so obviously a good spot for another neighborhood park. And we also identified one centrally located, just makes sense because it's centrally located towards everyone. And we're wanting to also promote connections between parks through greenways and trail connections. And one of those being to Cane Ridge and also out to Percy Priest. That's kind of where we're at right now. We're hoping to get some feedback on what we have for the open house. Do you have anything to add, Kevin?
Actually, I'm a big fan of that greenway connection to Cane Ridge Park.
Yeah.
That place gets packed almost every day of the week with various sports practices. They have a great sportsplex, so finding a way to bring us together is
sitting
going
right
to
there,
increase
too.
people using that park, and then they can connect to other ways.
Sure.
Beautiful country back there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Great for trails.
I think one of the things, we've been looking at National Recreation and Park standards, and based on population size, we probably need to see some pretty good acquisitions of some acreage to meet, what's typically considered that national standard. Now, there again, that's always a snapshot, and every community is different. I don't like to say that's something to use as a capital improvement plan. It's something that just gives you one more way to measure. But one of the things that those NRPA standards don't consider are the fact that you've got all this core land right adjacent to the city. So you have a very high amount of, state and natural area that's accessible. So it's not like you've got to purchase a lot of land for that. I think one of the things we're recognizing is these areas in the red circles that you see. There's really a need for the smaller, neighborhood parks. And somewhere, in the next 10 to 20 years, it would really be good to identify that place for the community center. That would be kind of another hub, similar to Veterans Park as far as the number of people that would use it.
What does acquisition area mean?
That's just, the idea is that you will have certain areas within the city, and we don't ever like to target exact properties, because with that can come like the idea of speculation or the value, but we're going to try to identify some areas that if property is available from whatever means, whether it be donation, using fees, developers who might be willing to contribute something, that those are the areas where you want to try to acquire land for the future, because it only gets more expensive. And even if you acquire the land, and it just maybe becomes open play area, that doesn't mean that you have to build a community center at the same time, but once you've acquired the land, then it becomes really a target. You can program that land over, the next 10 to 20 years.
Thank you.
So, you've got a full agenda tonight. If there's no more questions, we can.
What's your time frame on finishing this?
I believe we come out at the other end in, I know March was open house, July. I think at the end of July, we'll be presenting, and I don't have our full schedule with us, I apologize, but end of July is when
I just know we had talked several months ago. I had asked April 1st as a deadline for the local Parks and Recreation Fund
Right,
grant.
right.
And you'd made a comment, someone said you might be able to get a preliminary
Yes.
master plan done for
Yes.
that. So I guess my next question is the city going to apply for it? It's a 50-50 match. You can get up to $500,000. I know there's not a grant writer here at this point. I know, I say I know, but I don't know for sure. But I'd really like to see the city apply for that matching grant. If you're gonna bring these improvements, let our real estate transfer taxes pay for part of them.
And not to mention, you can use that for land acquisition.
Yes, you can.
Correct. Yeah, by April, we'll have a preliminary.
And April 1st, I think, is about the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And so we can even start discussions of, if you're pursuing a grant, we can start figuring out some ways to focus in on that a little bit.
and I think that'll
even
be
if
up
it's
to the
not-
Board of Mayor and Aldermen to decide if they're going to pursue it or not. But I know there are a lot of really talented people who work here at the city, even without a grant writer, who could work to make it happen.
Sometimes you don't get it the first year. A lot of times, the key is if you keep applying, you've got the plan, like we talked about, casting that vision, and then keep retelling the story. Many times, if you don't get one the first year, the second year or third year, you will. So.
It comes open every 2 years. If you get one project complete, you can apply for another one
Right.
next year. That's
Right,
what I
you
hope
got,
to see.
you gotta complete whatever you've got.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to see the city take advantage of free money as much as they can. April 1st.
I don't think we have a grant writer yet.
You don't think what?
I don't think we've got a grant writer yet.
But that's why I said, you've got people like Bruce, who's an extremely talented writer. He could.
Do we have one yet, David? I don't even.
We don't have one yet. We're exploring that within our department. Kathy's been doing some research on it. I don't think it's opened up yet. I think the closing date is probably, I don't know if it's April 1st, maybe mid to late April. But we have got to get some passwords so we can actually get into that system. Because as of right now, we don't have access to that. So we've got to track down who's got the passwords that will actually let us in there so we can explore that stuff. But she is right, it's only available every 2 years.
And you do need to keep up, if you are going to do that, there are typically some prerequisite requirements that you are mandatory that you have to watch, so just keep an eye on that.
Like I said, as far as we're aware, that hasn't opened up yet. As of last Thursday, we didn't have an opening date on it. It may have opened up today and we're not aware of it.
This morning. It's not open yet. She told me within a couple of weeks when I spoke to her.
Talking about the grant. Yeah, but you need to be working on it prior to, because there's a lot of Ts to cross and I's to dot.
And what we're running into now, unless we have access to that system, we don't really know what their requirements are.
I can give you a copy of it. I have access.
That'd be awesome.
I'd be glad to. I'll print out a copy and scan it and send it to you.
Okay, so we're looking forward to coming back March 10th and having a lot more to discuss. And in the meantime, anybody if you can suggest they go to the website and click on that survey, that'd be appreciated.
You said Bruce could.
I do have one question for you.
Yes.
Of course.
I noticed the timing for the March 10th public forum is 5:30 to 7. So are people just free? Because I know some people won't be getting home from work that might work in Nashville at that time. So are they free to just stop in at any time during that period?
Right, that's a good question. It is an open house, so it's not like you have to be there for the entire session, and you can come and go as you please.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank
Right.
you.
David, Kathy's saying Bruce has pretty knowledge. Have you presented anything to him?
He was out last week, so when we started exploring it was last week to trying to find the dates and what we needed to get to. He was on vacation last week, so we expect him to be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
You'll be in touch with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that really what you can do, and it'll have to go before the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, but all you've got to do is flip over to the pages where what they want, what the public wants, and then go from there. Splash pad, you got 86%. Under that is expand the greenway. That'd be a great actually, that's a second grant you could apply for also, the Trailway grant. So there's 2 of them up right now. Sunshade structure for the playgrounds, that's really big. You could get grant money to pay for all of that, even if you're not ready to build a park or a community center. There's a lot you can do.
Well, right, as you mentioned, most of the grants are, like you target, and they've really increased the cap on that, which is good. But you can, target 500,000, and you can do pretty significant work with that. But then again, that's obviously not going to build a community center. But
Right.
if you
right.
wanted to expand the greenway, add shade structures.
But yeah, don't let the grant get away, this grant cycle, because again, if you want to expand the greenway, there's that Trailways grant, and then if you wanted to add the shade structures or whatever, apply for that. Look and see what's in the budget in the next 2 years for Parks and Rec, and aim it toward what you've already budgeted for your matching part. Just suggesting.
Oh, I'm listening.
Yeah, just take a look at
The
the
mayor's
budget.
here, he's listening too, eh? All right.
All right, any more questions for these gentlemen?
Thank you.
Fellas, I guess we'll see you on March the 10th.
Yes, sir.
And we'll keep advertising and try to get people there and see what we come up with.
Okay, appreciate that.
No, we
Guys
appreciate
doing a great
you.
job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions or comments before I adjourn this portion?
I would like to see, after reviewing how long this survey has been up and the amount of people, it is a definite, we need to look at different modes of advertising this. Signage is a good way, put it up in our, put it at the senior center, make it available at all of our different athletic programs that are available. Is it available here at City Hall? Is it available down here when people come into our board meetings? And are we talking about it? Because for as long as this survey has been up, I'm really disappointed in the amount of numbers. That's
I agree.
It's not that many.
I wholeheartedly agree.
And if y'all had a lot of money budgeted for this group to come in to work on the master plan, and I know they didn't use as much as was budgeted, use that other money that's budgeted that isn't going toward them to put up signs. I'll put a sign in my yard. I know I live out in a low-density area, but I know a lot of people who would, up Fergus Road and through Lake Forest and
up at the parks.
And I'm not being negative at all, but I'm being realistic. But it seems like a lot of people like to talk about things that we don't have or what we need or have you, but they don't want to go that extra effort to try and help get them with filling out surveys, coming to meetings and things like that.
And that's been going on for at least 15 years.
I know, I'm just,
you've got about 11 people here who'll get in their faces and encourage them. I will.
I'm not smart enough to do that, but I would like to see us in the center here before I'm gone.
You ain't going nowhere, Mr. Bob. You're going to stay around and torment us forever.
I hope so.
I hope so, too. All right, any more questions?
If I hit the lottery, then it's going to go up.
Build that senior center, build that community center.
Put his name on it.
All right, with that being said, I call this portion adjourned.
you.